even deeper, and to keep discussing the implications of all the research we've been doing. So today is going to get even more practical. There'll be some more research that's shared around the teaching, reading, and African languages study that's been done. So we're looking forward to presentations on that, especially from Dr. Ramadiro, who will be taking us through the main results of that study. But then we'll all be here to discuss the implications for teaching, for curriculum, for various aspects of practice. Um, so I think there's few enough of us today that I think we can actually do a round of introductions. And if that's all right, just to get a better feel for who all is in the room. So if we can go around and just say your name and your institutional affiliation, if you have one. Um, so I'm Stephen Taylor, from the DBE, responsible for research, monitoring, and evaluation. But I think, should we pass a mic around, or what's going to be the best way of doing this? But let me keep one to chair, and you're going to pass that around. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nompumelelo Mohotwane. I am the Director for Reading here at the Department of Basic Education.
Ram Fleisch from Wits University.
Sweleni Matumba from a GP responsible for African languages in the foundation phase.
Colleagues, good morning. My name is Masego Senna, Director Teacher Development Northwest.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Letlhogo Nolo Montpedi from Northwest. I'm responsible for IFAL in the foundation phase.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Davana Ribuani, Chivenda linguist from University of South Africa. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brian Ramayuro from the Nelson Mandela Institute.
Good morning, everybody. I am Bali Gianna from Rhodes University.
Catherine Langsford from the Xenix Foundation.
Good morning, Ablonia Maledu from University of Limpopo.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Cindy Zaku Zanjakaze. I'm the Chief Director responsible for curriculum in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Morning, Sipholela Lukwaba, Binding Constraints Lab.
Good morning, everyone. The science section.
Education Department.
Morning, everyone. My name is Portia Smith, Senior Curriculum Planner, Western Cape.
Good morning, colleagues. Faith Shabalala, Research, Gauteng Department of Education.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mutwa from Gauteng Department of Education. I'm working under Director Faith Shabalala.
Morning, everyone. I'm Aarti Shah from Optima.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tandi Zozo from the Limpopo Provincial Education Department.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Tibuna Tengwe from Adopted School Foundation.
Did we miss anyone out? Yeah, we have one more late arrival. Not too late, don't worry.
Good morning, colleagues. Teacher Oke from the University of Limpopo.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Pomo from the University of Free State.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Didn't miss anyone out now, right? There's an online community. Lisang, can you tell us who's online? Okay, welcome also to our online community. We value you very much as well. So yeah, we're gonna get on with our program then. So we've got just one change to the program to note is that Dr. Connie Makabo is not with us today. So that item will fall away. Otherwise, I think the program remains as it is printed in front of you. And before we get to the sort of main study findings that Dr. Ramadiro will present to us, we have a few important contextual presentations to start the day off. So the first one is going to be from Ms. Mbali Giane, who is from Rhodes University. You can start coming to the computer, I guess, or to the podium to present. So yeah, Ms. Giane is a linguist. How those features apply in our African languages and how that affects learning to read. And so we look forward to hearing the insights from you, Mbali. Are you ready to go? Everything's set up, all right? Yeah, we can just wait till it's set up. No rush. Yeah, it's coming. So over to you, Mbali. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Yeah, so,
Thank you so much, Stephen. Good morning, everybody, here and also online. So my name is Mbali Chiane, as I've said, and I'm delighted to be speaking with you today on this critical topic for education development. Okay, so which is basically the linguistics features and also the implications for reading development in African languages. So while we may have made huge strides in setting literacy goal, I'm still on slide one. Sorry. Yes, thank you. So while we made a huge stride in setting the literacy goal, my presentation basically focuses on what we believe is the missing link in achieving this universal reading proficiency, which looks at the deeper language-specific understanding of morphological and semantics awareness. As we've seen yesterday, that there is this iceberg where there is a surface, things that you can basically see, and then there are those deeper lining aspects that one cannot see. So those are the ones that we are going to be discussing today. Next slide. So let's start with a bigger picture. So our national goal and a significant accomplishment for our education system is the universal basic literacy for all children by the age of 10. So this requires setting clear language-specific reading benchmarks. Okay, so as isisho sesiZulu sisho sithi lugotshwa lisemanzi, so that means that you shape or teach a person while they are still young, so that they make an impression. So just like a green wet stick that can basically be burned, it is dry, it becomes stiff and hard to change. So this reflects what our Minister of Basic Education said yesterday, that we are inverting the pyramid. So, however, the reality of development of reading is far more complex than a simple benchmark that can be measured. So it is influenced by many interwoven factors, and in a multilingual society like South Africa, it is that there's no one size that fits all approach to reading instructions, which would basically simply fail. So the rules, the structures, and the orthography of languages determine how the child learns and also read. Next slide. So on these linguistics fronts, there are 5 core domains or the competencies that young children must develop and leverage when they are being taught to read. So these are basically unconscious language aspects that all the children have, which is a phonology, which is sound to orthography, morphemes, smallest meaning of unit, smallest unit of meaning, and then you have syntax, which is grammar, and sentence structure, and then semantics, which is the meaning of the words, and then you also have pragmatics, which is appropriate word structures. So children have this unconsciously, which is basically the fundamental when they read. So currently, the established early grade reading benchmarks are primarily based on fluency. So fluency is a direct expression of phonological skills and also proven predictor of reading comprehension. However, relying solely on fluency has created a critical gap. So the other essential and intrinsic component of language and also reading development are critically under-researched in African languages. So we have an agency need for data-based language-specific strategies on how to teach these skills. So this deficit risks failing our learners once they move beyond basic decoding and also encounter complex vocabulary and also grammar of higher level academic text. So to begin to address this gap, so our study, which we are all here for today, basically explores two of these five linguistics domain, okay, which is morphological awareness and also semantics awareness. So we use to establish fluency benchmarking, so the expression of phonological skills as a proxy for early literacy skills to examine how these two competencies come into play. Next slide. Okay. So what is morphology? So morphology is basically the study of words' internal meaningful structure. So this is what everybody has, which they unconsciously know. Okay, so it basically examines the smallest units of language that carry meaning, which are called morphemes, which are combined to construct a word. So for an example, I have isiZulu word. I'm isiZulu speaker, so you'll see more of isiZulu examples. Okay, and then so we have ngiyahamba, that is basically a sentence of which most of you might think it's just a one word. Okay, so ungi, it means I, so that's a person who's performing the action, so that's a subject, and then you have ya, which represents a present tense, which is something that is happening now, and then you have hamba, which is a verb root, which means to go. So these are all the things that we are unconsciously know. However, if one were to ask you, so where is the word saying this is the present tense? Okay, so those are the things that we need to teach to the children so that they are basically aware that, oh, this is where you mark the tense, this is where you mark the object marker, this is where you mark the subject marker. They do know these things, but to give them a book and ask them to pinpoint, that is one of the things that we want the children to basically know. So within morphology, we have inflectional morphology and also derivational morphology. So inflectional morphology is basically a grammatical morpheme to modify a word's meaning. So it doesn't change its fundamental part of speech. So if it's a noun, then it stays a noun even if you inflect it. So just like the word girl, and then you say girls, it's still a girl. Okay, nothing changed. It's just that there are many now. So we have there intombazane, which is singular, and then you say amantombazane, which is plural. So as you can see that marking that this word is in a plural form is basically different from English. Okay, so you make it pre-noun. Okay, so those are the things that the children needs to be aware of. And then we have derivational morphology, which is the use of the morphemes to create an entirely new word. So this does change the grammatical category, okay? Then its root. So we have the word learn, which is a verb, and then you make it learner, whereby it is now a noun. So from verb to noun. So those are two different categories. And then in isiZulu there you have ukufunda, which is to read or to study. And then you have the word umfundi, which is now a noun. Okay, so as you can see there, those bolded morpheme, they actually give you the context as to, okay, now this is how this has changed to being a noun or to being a verb. Okay, so we have what is known as noun class system in Bantu languages or in African languages, which does give you those gender identifications, which is what, again, the children need to be aware of. So now, what is morphological awareness and why is it important? So this is a meta-linguistic skill, okay? So the meaning, it is basically thinking about the language itself. So as I've said, the children know the morphology, they are not aware of it, but now we need to make them to be aware of these. If a word was a noun and then if you inflect the plural form, does it change or does it not? So those are all the things that children need to be aware of. So the child's conscious recognition of the internal structure of the words, so which are basically the morphemes. Okay, so which again, it develops the ability to actively reflect and also manipulate those building blocks for decoding, spelling, and also comprehension. So once the children are aware of these smaller changes, but which make such a huge difference, then they become aware that, oh, if I use this class, this word actually changes and becomes something different, or it basically doesn't. So those are the morphological awareness that the children needs to know. So what contributes to morphological awareness? So children basically become stronger. Okay, so it's basically a morphological contribution is that they become the stronger predictors for reading successful than phonological awareness in later grades. So as phonological awareness skills go up. And then it also strongly correlates with vocabulary depth and also reading comprehension. So the two biggest predictors for the long-term reading success. So there's also a rapid morpheme segmentation, which supports faster and more efficient word recognition. So once the children are basically aware of this, then they are basically aware of word recognition as to categorizing the words that look the same, that sound the same. So it makes it easier for the children. And then also it builds higher quality lexical presentations as learners connect the meaning of words which are familiar. So again, which is important that when children learn, they actually get more vocabulary. So they usually say your vocabulary is as far as how much you basically read. And then also it's also critical for the derivational morphology, as we've said. So ukufunda to umfundi, whereby there is a word category change, which actually help with expanding the academic vocabulary. Now, going to the second point, which is semantic awareness. So semantic awareness basically complements morphology. Okay, so this is basically, this is the learner's ability to understand the word meaning. So the child looks at the words, looks at the morphology, and as we've used that example, ukufunda to umfundi. So they need to be aware to identify that, oh, this word has actually changed to a different meaning. It's no longer the same. Although the verb root is still the same, but with those morphemes that are inflected, then it's actually the meaning is different. Okay, so there is basically a relationship between words which are like synonyms, antonyms, and polysemy. Okay, so semantics is basically good for reading development. So semantics is one of those 5 core linguistic pillars of the foundation for comprehension. So if the learner can successfully decode a word, okay, so they know its grammatical role, and then also the semantic is basically the skill that ensures the actual grasp of the idea being expressed. So semantic awareness is the conscious, the real-time skill of choosing the correct meaning when a word is ambiguous. So to truly understand the text, a learner needs to recognize the three types of meaning relationship, which is one, equivalence, which are synonyms, the opposition, which are antonyms, and the non-literal meaning, which are idioms. So these concepts basically build the rich and flexible mental dictionary. So usually researchers use the concept, homonyms, synonyms, polysemy, and idioms to help categorize and also test a learner's vocabulary depth. So the first one is the homonyms. So words are basically completely different, but they do sound and also they look identical. So there is no logical connection between them. So the children need to basically know these aspects. So all the meaning is shared. All the meanings share an original concept, but they branch out differently. So for an example with the word itanga, so making a sentence, itanga lami libushungu. So my thigh is painful. And then the other meaning is umama ulima amathanga amaningi egcekeni. So mother is planting many pumpkins in the yard. So if the child doesn't know the other word for itanga, then there is a cross mixed juxtaposition of the meaning there. So children basically need to know all these, that there's one word and also it could also represent something different. And then coming to the synonyms, so these are basically the words that have the same or nearly the same meaning within a specific context. So recognizing synonym is a critical component of vocabulary depth because it does allow the reader or the child to understand an unfamiliar word by associating it with a word that they already know. So the synonyms are basically the lexical equivalents. So understanding the difference between word forms which basically express the same concept. So the benefits of children being aware of this synonymism is that it prevents repetitions and also aid comprehension where the learners use varied vocabulary, as we know that there are synonyms which are not quite fitting if you try and put them in different contexts. So children need to be aware of that. So we have here for synonyms the word lala, which is word A, and then you also have the word B, which is tambalala. Okay, so one you can say like lala, which is basically to sleep, and then tambalala is you are sleeping, but not for quite a long time. It's just taking a nap. Okay, and then the word ukucula, you can say ngiyacula, or you can say ngiyahlabelela. But then again, there's that gray area between those two words of which the children need to be aware of as to when does one hlabelela and when does one cula. Okay, so if the child would say, my mom ucambalele, of which she's been sleeping all night, then that's a wrong context of using that word. And then we have what you call antonyms. So antonyms are basically the words that have opposite meanings. So understanding the oppositions is crucial for creating precise contrast and its essential measures of the vocabulary depth. So knowing what a word is not helps to define what it is. So it helps the learners with understanding the boundary of the concepts. It also enables the learner to track the contrast or the negation, and also shifting the condition within a narrative or an argument. So we have word A and word B. So lamba or sota. So those are the opposites. So it cannot be, you cannot lamba and sota at the same time. So, and then ngena, puma. So it's enter, exit again, those are basically oppositions. They cannot be in between again. So children basically need to know this. And then we also have what we call idioms. So idioms are fixed conventional phrases where figurative meaning cannot be deduced from the literal meaning of the words. Okay, so interpreting idioms requires advanced semantic awareness and also cultural knowledge. So this is basically the non-literal meaning or interpretation. Okay, so what the words say is not what they basically mean. So for example, we have ukudlimbo yangoti. So growing up, there was this small plant that will grow up just anyway. And then it's like spinach, but not spinach. So you could actually plug it and take it home and basically eat it. But saying uti in isiZulu, it's basically a stick. So that's like eating spinach with a stick. That's the literal meaning. So of which that's not what it basically says, though it means to be poverty stricken. And then you also have the one udla zambane likapondo. So back then upondo was 2 rand, of which it was, I guess, a large amount, which now it's not really. So it's not really, 2 rand is not really a large amount now. So maybe we might have to change that idiom to reflect the modern times. Okay, so those are basically all the meanings that children need to be aware of. So iso liwela umfula ugcwele. So the eye crosses the full river, so meaning that a desire goes beyond the possibilities. Okay, so in this context, when the child basically says this in their own language, one can actually see that. So if the eye it crosses the river, I mean, you can, without having to know without having to know the idiom, you might make assumption that it's something that you can do besides, having to cross the river. So this, which is also basically cultural. Okay, so before I say thank you. Okay, so our understanding of the skills is basically important that children have to adjust as they basically mature. So research, which including studies by Ushefa, Probert, which is now Bowles, and also Rees in isiXhosa learners confirm the general trend that in early grade, phonological awareness is most critical driver of early decoding skills, but as learners move into later grades and academic texts grow in complexity. So the contribution of morphological awareness becomes significantly more prominent. So it emerges as a stronger predictor, both for word reading accuracy and overall impression for the comprehension. So now the ultimate end of all this leads to us with the central question that this study aims to answer. So with developing learners' morphology and semantic awareness through explicit instructions and meaningful exposure to morpheme structures lead to successful literacy outcomes in South Africa. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mbali. That was great. Really interesting. Just while our next speaker gets ready, I think we have time just for if there are any questions of clarity, not massive discussions, but anyone want to clarify anything? it was perfectly clear then. That's that's great. Oh yeah, do we want to do do you understand? Everyone understand? Semantic awareness, we know what it is. Okay, wonderful. Um, okay, our next speaker, it says here, Dr. Nompumelelo Nyati Moltwane is the Director for Reading at the Department of Basic Education in South Africa. I think we all know Mpumi very well. There is more to her bio, as I'm sure we all know, but she's done a lot of research with us and recently was promoted to Director of Reading. So she's the one who's going to have to respond to all of the findings and develop the what next and make sure that next time around we have improved. So there's a big weight on her shoulders, but for now she's going to give us some more background to the trial study. So over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I am going to be brief. Mbali has done all the heavy lifting and the groundwork, and Brian has the exciting parts of the results. So I'm just the in between. I guess if it was a sandwich, I'm like peanut butter or jam or something. Um, the not so helpful part, but yeah. So I'm just going to explain what trial is, and before Brian gets into what the results actually say and what we've learned, you would have gotten reports, and like we've said, we have them outside. You're welcome to get a report if you don't have one from yesterday, and you're welcome to also take some extra copies. So yeah, next slide. Bali has explained to us the story of reading and understanding that it's complex and non-linear. She's already described these components of reading. We think there are 5 of them: phonetics and phonology, morphology, semantics, syntax, and pragmatics. And we have learned and understand that how these interact and which one is more important depends on the specific language that we are working in, and the reading development journey then would look different depending on the language. So far, we have spent some time on the phonetics and phonology, which is the speech sound and their relation to orthography. This is what our benchmarks have covered, and we've launched that information yesterday already. Then the work of trial focuses on morphology and semantics. So these 2 components that are part of the 5 components of reading, we have not done any work on syntax and pragmatics. I want to remind us again about fluency and our understanding of that skill in relation to the rest of them. This is a slide from yesterday, if you remember. The reason we have benchmarked fluency is because it predicts later written comprehension. Second, it can be explicitly taught and attainable in the foundation phase as a constraint skill. Fluency is a measure that you can quantify with a metric. And like we've said, there are different levels that are appropriate across different languages. But that's not to say everything else in reading doesn't matter. So if you look at that diagram, there is vocabulary and there are all these earlier skills that we have spoken about. So I think as we are taking on board the results from today, our big takeaway, our big emphasis is that these are not in competition. So fluency and morphology and the remaining skills are not in competition. There are more or less appropriate ways of supporting these different skills. So for fluency, things like reading benchmarks that have an accuracy and fluency and a speed to them make sense. For something like morphology, as Mbali has explained, I'd struggle to do a 1-minute time test. It's not the same thing. It's not comparable in that way. It falls into a different domain. So yeah, we want to remind us of that. So what does trial do, and how did we choose to incorporate trial into the broader work we were doing? We wanted to explore the hypothesis that there is a relationship between morphological awareness and semantics, and what that relationship looks like in relation to the aspects that we have chosen to benchmark, like letter sound knowledge, isolated word reading, oral reading fluency comprehension, and written comprehension. So all the components that you heard about yesterday. We then wanted to engage, and we are engaging on the implications of these relationships and differences in terms of what we do and understand in the sector, in terms of which aspects fall into which components and what should be developed when as an area of attention. And our final goal is to develop resources and guidelines for wider sector use. And later on, we'll start speaking about how we've incorporated these findings into the work. We hope in the end, once the exploration is done and engaging is done, we hope that this work finds expression in the strengthening and revision of the CAPS documents. You'll hear more about that. We think there's a place and a response that's linked to initial and continuous professional development. And finally, we think that by understanding the place of morphology and its relationship to decoding skills, we can better support the expansion of mother tongue based bilingual education as it expands from grade 4 to grade 6. Our sample was quite large for for trial, and it was sampled in the same way as the fund sample. We've chosen to go to 6 provinces. We assessed children in grade 2 and grade 4. And these are the total numbers of children that were assessed in the end. And in terms of designing the work, quite a lot of thinking went into it. We'd even had discussions on pragmatics and syntax, the parts that are not in the study, and whether those can be assessed and how they would best be assessed. We worked with Brian and Bali and Connie and came up with a concept note on trial on aspects that matter for African languages that may be unique from English and Afrikaans. We developed exemplar assessments in the various languages, and then we developed a template that all the linguists could then use across their languages. We had a workshop in August with all the linguists where we presented this concept note, the samples, and had quite detailed discussions about what would be difficult and easy depending on the language you are working in. And then we had a pilot in September that helped us narrow down our instruments. So, for example, we had a pseudo word task where a pseudo word is not a real word, but it follows the word sequence of a normal word. And when we piloted this with children, they would correct us to tell us that that's not a real word. And so, what you learn from that is theoretically pseudo words are good proxies of evaluation. In real life they don't work, in our case, for this purpose. So things like that, they needed to be dropped. And there was another one. The other component was idioms, which Mbali has spoken about. They matter for meaning making, etc. But unless you are taught an idiom, you don't know it. It's not a decoding thing. It's not, you can't know it unless someone has actually taught you the idiom, what it means, it's when it's appropriate, etc. And when you are in grade 2 or grade 4, we are not doing idioms. And so again, aspects like that, great idea, great theoretically, in practice, in classrooms, in our context, it's too soon to be testing idioms in grade 2. And so there was a lot of that sort of, what can we assess? What can we assess well so children understand what we are saying and what we want them to do so that we can get coherent results. And then finally, once all of that was done, we finalized our instruments, trained 18 field workers, 2 in each language, and collected data in October 2024. I think that is the end of my slides. We will now get to the exciting part.
Thanks, Mpumi. Everyone clear? No questions for clarity, to enhance clarity? Okay, great. So Brian is already on his way. I think we all introduced him yesterday. If you didn't already know Brian, so I won't read his full bio, but obviously he's with the Nelson Mandela Institute for Education and Rural Development at the University of Fort Hare. And so, Brian, we're really looking forward to these results.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Just sit there then. If I'm sitting, oh, maybe yeah. Because I kind of do them quickly first. Okay, while the sun gets ready, thank you so much, Mbali and Uphumelele, for your presentations, because I think it makes it much easier for me to present the results to you. Okay, like, will I have to hold it? Maybe let me take it out there. Okay. All right. So, colleagues, I have 64 slides. Okay, but I'm not going to take you through 64 slides. But what I'm going to do quickly is to flick through them so that you can see how the presentation is organized and where the data is, where it's sitting. And then I'll go back up and I'll present to you only 10 summary slides. And then in the discussion, if you want to follow up on something, then we can go to the slide or, actually that you want to see and so on. And then we can talk about it in detail. So I'm hoping that my presentation won't be more than like 15, 20 minutes. And then we can have more time to talk. So let me just flick through them quickly. Oh, does it want me to do? Huh? Okay, I'm going to come back to this one quickly. So I'm going to state some preliminary remarks. The purpose, I'll go through that quickly, but I think Uphumelele has already addressed this. I think just to show you quickly. Oh, but also I think just to say that this study is a subset of the study that was presented yesterday. So the data comes from there. So that's the relationship. So, but here we're looking only at grade 2 and at grade 4. And as you can see, the grade 2, those were the tasks that we administered. And then on the right there, those were the tasks that we administered for grade 4. And then that's the sample that we drew. Okay, and then the report itself is organized into 2 parts. So there's part 1. So part 1 reports on the literacy and language results on their own. So it goes through letter sound, word recognition, of comprehension, morphology, and semantics. So we report on those items individually. And then the second part of the report makes correlations between letter sound knowledge and morphology, word knowledge and morphology, and so on. So we look at relationships now between the literacy outcomes and the language skills. Yeah. So I think that's kind of Vali explained that very well. So this is basically the part that I'm going to come back to and discuss the summary findings, implications, and recommendations. These are the 10 slides that I was talking about. So I'll talk about LSK. I'll talk about word reading. I'll talk about off. I'll talk about comprehension. I'll talk about the written task that was assigned to grade 4. And that will be the slides that I'll discuss with you. So that will be it. So then the rest of the presentation is just for you to look to see then the data. So this is the LSK quickly. And remember, these are grade 2s that did the LSK. you can see average scores are quite high, but some problems with isiZulu there still, with isiZulu learners. Word reading, you can look at the data there. You can see the relationship between letter sounds and word reading. So word reading collapses. Okay, so the scores are low generally across all languages, but especially low for Sotho languages. Like we can talk about it later. Grade 4 too, same problem with word reading. Okay, letter sound knowledge is high. Well, no, we didn't do letter sound knowledge for grade 4, but word reading is a problem. Oral reading fluency, we'll come back to it. The scores don't look bad generally, but quite low for Sesotho, as you can see there. But actually, the scores are quite bad, but we'll discuss what that means. Grade 4. They don't look terrible, but that's only because it's actually not correct words read per minute, but it's correct words over 180 seconds for us to be able to get some data, because otherwise none of the children actually in this sample were meeting the benchmarks. Yeah. So we'll talk about that as well. So I don't think you should fixate on the numbers per se, no? But I think let's just talk about what it could mean, the different things these tasks actually are telling us. Okay, that's of comprehension. Predictably is low because we know that off is low. Of comprehension grade 4, also low. Interesting, I think generally the written task scores were slightly higher than off comprehension scores. So we can also speak to that a little bit. And these are the language results. I think what I want to say about these ones, so both inflectional and interventional morphology scores are quite high across languages. So there's very high awareness amongst children. So they can really manipulate their languages without being taught. So, which suggests that if they were taught actually explicitly, maybe the scores would be even much higher, and perhaps they could leverage that knowledge for word reading, for example. It's kind of the same as well for grade 4s, very high. And then semantic was high for some languages, but not others. And we'll come back to that one. I think for especially, I think Chivenda, no, actually, no, Chitsonga was a big problem. So we're going to talk about that. That what could that mean and what could be the cause and so on when I come on to some of the findings. So colleagues, that's the kind of quick overview of the data. So I'm just going to go to the findings to discuss them a bit more carefully now. A bit more slowly. Okay, as you can see, the finding is between 80 to 100% of grade 2 learners reach grade 1 benchmarks for letter sound knowledge across languages. And actually, as I noted, there's about up to 20% of isiZulu grade 2s that don't reach these benchmarks, like the grade 1 benchmarks. So again, I think I made this point yesterday that there is something that's going on in the way in which we're teaching letter sounds. So it might look like, oh, this is fantastic because they're reaching all the like these benchmarks, but it shows you. So when you go to the next item, if you look at word reading, so between 0 to about 51% of grade 2s reach grade 1 benchmarks for word reading. So what that suggests then is that we're spending so much time in grade 1 and 2 developing letter sound knowledge that we aren't actually spending enough time with children actually using letter sound knowledge to actually build and deconstruct words. to actually read words. So yeah, so there's something wrong with the pedagogy there. How we, yeah, so it's taking just far too long. Whatever we're doing, it's taking far too long. So okay, as you can see there, also two language learners reached the benchmarks. But also, like we found that average morphology scores were quite, they were moderate to high across languages. But however, there is either negative or no correlation between letter sound knowledge and morphology. Actually, and that's not really surprising in a sense when you think about it. Because letter sound knowledge, learning letters, letter sound knowledge is a phonological process. It's not a meaning-making process. So it does, yeah. So there's no surprise actually that there's no link there. Because also, like, remember, morphology operates at a larger unit than phonology. So it's not surprising actually that morphological awareness doesn't contribute to learning letter sounds, because those are different processes. The morphological process is very different from the phonological process. They're running in parallel. Tricks. Yeah, actually, I think, as I said, while most learners reach letter sound benchmark, it appears that a large amount of time, of classroom time, is used up to teach letter sound knowledge. Okay, and some recommendations there. So I've got 3 of them. So one of them is to accelerate the pace of teaching letter sound knowledge in grade 1. So, for example, via ATPs. So the ATPs would have to pick up the pace, like how many letter sounds we're teaching per term, to accelerate the pace. Yeah, because that means the teaching is very, very slow. So that's kind of one point of leverage that we could use. But clearly, some teachers, I think in grade 1 and so on, are pretty good at teaching learners to acquire letter sound knowledge. So we need to identify and codify and share those practices, because some people are doing it very well in the system. So we need to figure out who's doing it well, how they're doing it, how do we share that knowledge in the system. Okay, a little bit controversial perhaps is that we need to start early to teach LSK knowledge. So we need to start early. By that we mean, like, actually we need to think about making it a key outcome of grade R more explicitly. And partly because a lot of our children are actually not, as we know, they're not in any ECE program. So they're coming either straight to grade R without any play-based exposure to print. And grade 1 teacher is not going to be able to teach letter sound knowledge in one term, all of them, and then move into reading with kids that have had no exposure at all. So we need to think about, but of course, people are resistant, I think, some grade R practitioners and experts to this, but I think there are play-based methods that we could use to actually ensure that all children that have been through grade R come out with very strong letter sound knowledge, so that in grade 1 we do some consolidation and we can move rapidly into word building as well. So, okay, and we can talk about that. Okay, as I said, so between 0 and 51% of grade 2s reach grade 1 benchmarks for word reading. And then between 0 and 26% of grade 4s reach grade 3 benchmarks for word reading. So again, you can see that there's a problem in the ways in which we are teaching phonics. So that means we haven't found a way to teach phonics in such a way it helps children to break up and build up words rapidly. But also it may mean also that there isn't enough practice doing those activities, those work, so there's not enough time on task as well. But also that there isn't variety. So the children, they might be working on similar or the same or limited number of words. So they're not working on a range of different words so that they can generalize their emerging knowledge of working with words. Okay, so that when they are confronted now with a sort of a new set of words, they're not able to generalize because they've been working with similar or same type of words. So they know only those patterns. Okay, Nguni language learners outperform Sotho language learners despite generally longer words. Yeah, which was quite interesting. That, of course, as I say, general across languages, the ability to work with words, to read words, is low across, but it's especially low for Sotho languages, and which is counterintuitive, because you would think at this level, the Sotho languages would have an advantage because their orthographies have got smaller words. So you would think, but yeah, but that's not quite what the data is showing, is that actually the Sotho languages, they seem to be struggling even more. So which suggests that, so orthographic advantage doesn't necessarily translate into word reading if if children are not actually working with words and sufficiently enough time. Yeah. So that some of the latent advantages, actually, we're not taking full, advantage of them. So, like things that could actually be helping. But yeah, but if we're not teaching properly, so we won't realize those advantages. Yeah. But that's the suggestion there. Okay, so if we look at grade 2 in terms of correlations, the relationship between inflectional and derivational morphology and isolated word reading is weak to moderate, but statistically significant for the group as a whole. Like that means across languages. However, inflectional morphology plays a stronger role in grade 2 than in grade 4. So it looks like the data is suggesting that inflectional morphology is easier for learners. Like maybe it's the first one in terms of development that learners acquire, but also it's also the easier one for learners to work with in the lower grades. But that derivational morphology actually is a bit more difficult. But also we also seeing that for stronger learners, they work with both inflectional and derivational morphology at grade 2 level. So it suggests actually that derivational morphology is much more difficult. So the implication for this is that if we're thinking of creating materials that try to exploit knowledge of inflectional morphology, then we've got to think about which one do we use at which grade level. And of course, it does also vary by languages. I think generally for the Nguni languages, morphological awareness in general plays a greater role in the Nguni languages, especially isiXhosa, isiZulu, as well as Ndebele. Siswati behaves slightly differently from the other Nguni languages. Doesn't behave exactly the same. Yeah, but also I think what we're finding is that it's quite also difficult to generalize, because also we're seeing that the influence of morphology also varies, not only by grade, but by learner performance, depending where learners are performing in the percentiles. So for stronger learners, it has also stronger influence, which then brings us to the question of what's the relationship, what's causing what? Is higher morphological awareness helping learners to decode, or is the fact that as learners have more experience with working with words, like with words, their morphology goes up? Or is the relationship, two-way relationship, or is there some other factor that we don't yet understand? Like we don't know, because and this is a first study that we are doing, so it's a preliminary, study. So we're hoping that we can follow this up with other studies to see whether these results can be replicated by other studies, so that we have greater confidence about what they're saying. Okay, and then grade 4. Morphology scores are generally moderate to high across languages. There is weak to moderate but statistically significant correlation between inflectional and derivational MA and isolated word reading for grade 4s across languages. While inflectional morphology remains important, derivational morphology plays a stronger role in word reading. Yeah, so there seems to be some developmental path for the role of morphology as children go up the grades. Okay, average semantic scores are very low to moderate across languages. There is weak to moderate correlation between semantics and word reading for the group. However, correlations are only statistically significant for Chivenda, isiZulu, Setswana, Sepedi, and Xitsonga for some learners. So now this is for high-performing learners. In addition, only Chivenda and isiZulu show statistical significance at all levels of learner performance. So word meanings. So children's oral vocabulary doesn't seem to correlate strongly with word reading for grade 4. So. And it would also be interesting to run this, because remember, like these tasks they were run in communities where the languages are dominant. So these would be children that are very strong in each one of those African languages. So it'd be interesting actually then to see that if you run them in communities where the languages are even less dominant, like urban centers, or in places where children speak varieties, like dialects of these languages, what happens as well. So it's essential to see. Okay, some implications. Okay, so firstly, weak word reading probably reflects that letter sounds are taught largely in isolation rather than within words as well. Okay. Weak word reading probably reflects ineffective teaching of word identification, especially in blending and segmenting words, as well as insufficient or irregular reading and writing practice. But I think also this is kind of where the morphology thing comes in. So in our classrooms, that we rely, I think, largely, and I think Mbadi also mentioned this, we rely largely on phonological and phonics processing of words. So children can get quite proficient at reading words using their phonics skills, but then they treat the words only as phonological units, only as sounds units, but not as meaning units. So this is why it's possible that children who decode words, they could even have some of them good oral reading fluency, but not understand what they're reading because they're treating the whole text as a phonological unit, but not as meaning, like as that you need to understand what these units. Actually, these are not just units of sound, but they're units of meaning as well that you're reading. So I think this is kind of where, if we could develop pedagogies to exploit the high levels of morphological awareness, to actually pay attention not just to the sounds that make up the words, but the meanings that make up words. Actually, so if we could figure out ways of doing that easily, then we can bridge phonics to reading, phonics to comprehension. Okay. Okay, the role of derivational morphology in word reading strengthens with development and becomes a more reliable predictor of word reading skill in older learners, in grade 4 learners. This probably reflects increasing vocabulary and comprehension demands as learners move up the grades. Yeah. Yet also, I think, as I said, I think low semantic scores generally across languages, I think probably also reflect the fact that, well, let me put it this way. I mean, so children's sources of vocabulary is there's two sources. It will be the ways in which adults use language around them, like for small children. That's the major source of vocabulary. And I think also, I think I speak to this in the recommendation, that precisely in our situation, precisely, I think for two reasons. First of all, I mean, for cultural reasons, because a lot of our children, they can pay attention and listen to stories told, to adults talking for long periods of time. But I think school is not really exploiting that, the fact that our children are able to listen for such long periods. But teachers are not, I think, being deliberate in terms of language use, like how they're using language in classroom to ensure that children are actually acquiring vocabulary through listening to teachers when they use language in the classroom. But remember, then the other source of vocabulary is actual reading. But because our children are such slow readers, it takes so long for them to begin to read independently. So reading is it's only probably only maybe by grade 6 or 7 that reading becomes a significant contributor of vocabulary, because they're reading so slow that they read too little for them to be able to benefit from, like, to grow their vocabulary via reading, because their reading proficiency is so low. Okay. So for very long periods of time, their vocabulary development is really dependent on what the teacher is doing orally in the classroom. So then we need to figure out, okay, how do we support teachers to use language much more deliberately to help children grow their vocabulary? Okay, remind teachers. Okay, so in terms of recommendations, reminds teachers to teach letter sounds separately, as well as in the context of words. Accelerate the pace of teaching phonics, including by beginning word building early in grade 1. Stress the teaching of word blending and segmenting skills, both using syllables, which is the system that is most preferred by teachers. Combine that with a morphological focus, a focus on the smallest units of meaning when we're building words, so that we don't only get children to decompose words only as syllables, but also to decompose and build up words as units of meaning. So yeah, so that could be combined. But I think, as I say, so that the next stage is to figure out pedagogies of doing this. Okay, develop and explore methods to teach inflectional and derivational morphology in the context of word blending and segmentation, with an emphasis on inflectional morphology in grade 1 and derivational morphology from grade 2. Okay, encourage teachers to use oral language purposefully, including creating lists of target words and phrases they can introduce, discuss, and use with learners orally each day. Yeah. Okay. And I think DBE has started doing this. I know, for example, definitely that the Eastern Cape is implementing, where they have a set of, I think in grade 1, like I think it's a word per day, um, that the teacher introduces, discusses with children, they use it orally to create sentences and so on. And then as you move up the grades, they begin to use it in sentences and so on. So there is kind of a way of, well, yeah, there is some effort to try to improve children's vocabulary. Okay. For both grades, because at least in the subset of data, because none of the grade 2s and the grade 4s reach the benchmarks for their respective, I think the grade 2s for grade 2, and then grade 4s for grade 3 benchmarks for off, like correct words read per minute, then we kind of had to increase the time to look at correct words read over 180 seconds, so that we're able to collect some data, So again, a single point is that even with strong morphological awareness that children bring into the classroom, they're not able to exploit it fully, partly because teachers are not doing that consciously, but because their word reading skills so poor. Yeah, because they're so poor. So they're not really able to exploit their innate understanding of the morphology of their own languages. I don't know if that makes sense. So, in other words, morphology is not going to help us if children aren't having sufficiently developed decoding skills, and that they're not having sufficient practice actually reading, that they don't have sufficient stamina as well, because they're not having a lot of text that they're reading and so on. Okay? So the children are reading very, very slowly. Okay, and that suggests they simply are not used to reading regularly, but also reading a lot, but also reading a variety of different text. And of course, all of those things solvable, but it's something, but are things that the system is not. So I mean, like the fact that like many schools still don't have text at appropriate grade levels for all learners in the classroom is I mean, so if you don't have that, it doesn't matter what else you do in terms of pedagogy, because if children don't have access to books, they're not assigned books, yeah, because children ultimately they learn to read by reading, but they can't read if they don't have sufficient materials actually at the appropriate level in their classrooms. Okay, that's my summary there, I think. Okay, but also I think the other point that I want to make about oral reading fluency is that, okay, I think oral reading fluency scores, they are indicative, they are informative, but I think in general should be treated with some caution when we interpret them, because, especially in this particular study, because we had people coming from outside schools, sitting with small children, and then taking them through text. So, because I mean, to read aloud, even as an adult in front of people, it's quite a stressful situation. But now to read aloud to a stranger, person that you don't know, is even doubly stressful. Because I can even see it, even when children are reading to their own teachers, it's a very, very stressful situation. So there's issues of, also performance anxiety, I think, with off. So while it is useful, but I think we have to take that into account. But I mean, obviously, because the scores are so low, that I think even if you take all of that into account, I think you have to say there is a problem there. Yeah. Yep. Okay, what do you want to say there? Okay, so very low off scores suggest ineffective reading strategies. So no or little use of timed fluency activities. I've never seen teachers use this, like doing timed fluency activities in classrooms. But again, I think there's limited exposure to meaningful and fluency building text, such as poems and dialogues and so on. There's very little actual use of that in classrooms, actually. Because like having children read around poems and so on, like short poems and so on, that actually is a fun way of getting them actually to improve their fluency, because it incorporates speed, prosody, because you're going to read a poem well, so you have to read like with some expression in the language as well. Okay, some recommendations there. Encourage teachers to use time-based fluency activities at least 3 times a week, including timed repeated reading and time paired reading. Emphasize inflectional morphology in grade 1 and 2, and integrate derivation morphology beginning in grade 2. Stress inflectional morphology and often grade 1. And okay, I think I've made this point before. Okay, in terms of comprehension, so we found for grade 2 weak to moderate but statistically significant correlation between morphological awareness and of comprehension. But then we saw that this varies according to language. So we saw that isiNdebele shows moderate to strong and consistent correlations between inflectional morphology and of comprehension. And Chivenda shows moderate but consistent correlation. The rest of languages show weak to negative or inconsistent correlation for inflectional morphology. So the suggestion here is that morphology seems to have very strong correlation with word reading. But as we move up to comprehension, then the relationship weakens across languages, except what we saw is for isiNdebele. But across languages, the relationship like weakens. And this is true also for grade 4. Okay, overall, we found negative but statistically significant correlation between semantics and of comprehension across languages, suggesting that the two variables move in different directions. However, when we look at the data deeply, we see that Sepedi and Xitsonga show moderate to strong correlation. Of the 7 languages, 4, Tshivenda, isiZulu, Setswana, and isiXhosa show moderate to strong but inconsistent correlations at all levels. So again, yeah, so this data, I mean, we can go through it when we look at the tables later on, when you ask questions. So we can see that, and I think Mpumi made this point earlier on, that these like the languages that behave quite differently, but also learners within languages behave quite differently. So we can't really generalize about all these things. So we can't say semantics has got strong correlation with comprehension for African languages, or even within the language, it depends often on learner types, like weak performing learners, moderate performing learners, or strong performing learners. Okay, so predictably, because we knew that off scores were low, and then off comprehension scores are also low. But also what we found, I mean, is that learners, although they're reading very slowly, but they understand those bits of the text that they have read. I don't know if it makes sense. Huh? Yeah. So, and I think this especially shows up in writing, which is the next task that we're going to see for grade 4s. That writing scores are slightly better than off comprehension scores, because I think the children can go back. They can go back to the text and, but because they are so, like they're reading so laboriously, so they never finish, the whole, but those bits that they have read, they do understand, but then they take up so much time to understand because they have to go, start again, like okay, because again, it goes back to their phonics skills, but also the lack of integration of their phonics skills with their morphological skills. And I've got some recommendations there. Expanding learner oral and written vocabularies. I think I've spoken about this before. Encourage teachers to regularly model strategies, comprehension strategies, and give some examples there. Encourage regular reading, discussion of books, but also writing as well. Okay, so with writing, I think the key thing there is that I think then in writing also we see very huge performance gaps between low performing and high performing learners across languages. With this individual showing the largest performance gaps. And then the relationship between semantics and the written tasks is only strong for 3 languages, Xhosa, Sesotho, and Xitsonga, but not for others. I think the recommendations are similar to the other ones for comprehension, for oral reading comprehension. I just want to note in relation to Chivenda, because Chivenda had very sort of weak correlation between the written task and semantics. It was very, very weak of all the languages. So it makes us wonder also that perhaps we need to look at these tasks, because maybe there's a problem with the task design, the way the task was designed, because it shouldn't, I mean, it can be low, but it shouldn't be so significantly lower than the other languages. There's no logical reason for that. Okay, so in summary, I would say there is no relationship between letter sound knowledge and morphological awareness for any of the languages. And actually, as you explained, that makes sense that there wouldn't be. But we begin to see, and I think the strongest relationship comes in relation to morphological awareness and word reading across languages. It's stronger for some languages, as I said, especially from Nguni languages, than others. But there is a relationship actually across languages, word reading. Then when you come to off, the relationship is still there for some languages, but it begins to weaken for oral reading fluency, as well as for oral reading comprehension. The relationship between morphological awareness and comprehension begins to weaken, both at grade 2 level as well as well as at grade 4 level. Yeah, I think semantics. Let me see if I can find the graph for you. The semantics we only did at grade 4. So when we look at the languages as a group, so you can see there's a very strong relationship between semantic knowledge and in the written task. But as I said, that was only for 3 languages. Although when you look at this there, so you would think that that's true across all the African languages, but it was only true for very 3 specific languages. For other ones, we saw either no relationship or negative relationship. And it doesn't make sense. So it suggests that we need to look again to look at the data or to look at the tasks to see whether the tasks in the other languages actually are they equivalent, are they actually comparable? Because we think that semantics should have influence on the written task. Okay, so and I think also this underlines that we've got to disaggregate the data all the time. So we can't treat African languages actually as a whole. So we've got to zoom in and see what happens for each language. Okay, colleagues, that is my summary. Thank you.
And questions and comments. I'm sure this is provocative of some thought and questions. I know I have some, but let me first give an opportunity. So we've got 2 hands on this side and a third over here. Let's take those 3 maybe first, and then we'll take a second batch after that.
Okay, good day. Good morning, colleagues. I've got 3 questions or comments. I don't know whether it's questions. The first one is to test the idiom that it's not included. My question is, why don't we include the idioms? Because we are also testing to test this from their cultural background, to start early to test on these idioms, because going up, we are going to have a problem if we are not going to start earlier. And this is from their cultural background. Then the other question is for Brian. With all the findings, when are they going to be incorporated to the CAPS document? Because whatever wrongdoing that the teachers are doing, it's because they are guided by the CAPS document. So some of the things they are not doing it literally. It's because of the CAPS document. Then the third one is the no material. Then in the university, we are teaching our students to improvise and develop their own stories based on their context. So we are not supposed to say we don't have material. The student or the teachers have to improvise and develop their own story based on their context and cultural background, so that they use it for teaching the passages or the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Where's Brad? All right, I'll speak to the room. It concerned me that we saw so much variation between languages in terms of the correlations between morphological awareness and our other literacy skills. I do agree that we can't use a one-size-fits-all approach, but if we're talking about language families like our Nguni and our Sutu, we shouldn't be seeing such major variation in these relationships. So could this be a task effect? And the reason I ask is because we have very little other research on these literacy skills like morphological awareness to make comparisons to. The only research that exists is 2 studies on Xhosa. And one of the first checks I would do as a kind of validity check is to do interskill correlations, right? But because we don't know, we don't have evidence for if they really correlate, we can't do those kind of checks. It's not helpful. So are these weak correlations that we're seeing, is this because these skills aren't actually as strongly linked as much as we want them to be? Or is it a task validity effect? Do we actually know how to measure these skills in our Bantu languages? And as part of this, what kind of validity checks has the team already done for these assessments? And is it maybe worth doing further statistical analyses, factoring by ORF and comprehension performance?
Thank you. And Brian, thank you for, where's Brian? An extremely interesting and quite rigorous analysis. I'm going to reflect from a policy perspective. I'm a policy person, and reflect not just on Brian's comments or Brian's research, but also looking at yesterday's work. And I want to get a big picture perspective. It seems to me that what the research is pointing out is that we've got 3 quite distinct groups in particularly in our African languages. We've got a group of kids who are reaching the benchmarks. That's anywhere between 20 and 30%. And we've got another group at the bottom end who at the end of grade 1 have not mastered their letter knowledge. Many of them have 0 scores or less than 5. So these are kids that are really struggling. And one of your comments about the fact that letter knowledge is really very slow does signal that teachers are worried about that group and often are maybe teaching to that group. And then there's a larger group, the majority of kids, who are struggling with one key common phenomenon, and it's really very clear across all of the languages, which is the issue of fluency. That kids are not reading sufficiently fast. They may be understanding what they're reading if they're reading a few sentences, but they're not reading enough or fast enough to really master the content of the passages. So we've got really three distinct groups. And it means that actually the last two, the children that are really struggling with letters and the kids that are struggling with fluency, those are two very different problems and require different kinds of solutions. Now, I know that globally, and particularly in SADC where I work, there's a lot of discussion about teach at the right level. We don't need a teach at the right level at grade 4 and grade 5. We need teach at the right level at grade 1, particularly around letter knowledge. We need to be taking children that are really struggling. That's the 20% in a class of 50 kids. That would be 10 or 15 kids, and take them out and get our education assistants to work with them. And we know in Nelson Mandela district, there is a program that is very successful in getting EAs, education assistants, to work one-on-one or in small groups with children that are really struggling a lot. Those kids are not going to be well served in a regular classroom all the time. They need to get special assistance. And so we need a program like that. And there's already evidence in the South African context in the Eastern Cape about how EAs can be very useful in helping children with letter knowledge, but not just letter knowledge. We think that it could be extended to blending and segmenting letters. So that's a really important intervention that we need to do. The second issue is about fluency. And I think this is the point that Brian made, is that their children are not spending enough time reading individually. So if you look at the CAPS curriculum, children are expected to do group guided reading in 2 groups for 15 minutes a week. If there are 6 children in a group, that's 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes per child per week, or 6 minutes for the 2 groups. That's not enough. Children should be reading for 30 minutes a week. And until we have more time individual reading, not just individual reading, but reading at the right level, checks that they can really manage, children will not develop the fluency, the confidence, the fluency that they need to become adequate readers. So what we need to be looking at, and this is a policy discussion, how do we make sure that there are enough time spent for children reading in the class, so that they develop the fluency, the confidence, the fluency, the ability to read fast enough to actually understand the text. So I think that the big challenge for us going forward is to intervene at 2 levels. One with the really struggling kids who are struggling as early as grade 1 with the letter knowledge, and the second amount of time that children get to read texts at the right level, so that they develop the fluency, the confidence to read extended texts, so that we can actually address. There are many other issues, and I think Brian has raised those many other issues, but those two are standout issues and clearly must be the priority as we go forward.
Let's maybe give Brian a chance to respond, and then we'll take another round. Thanks.
Okay, I think just to answer to why are we not testing idioms. So we had with the pilot study looked at the idioms. However, as they are culturally influenced, so one try to assess that is that one because the children are from different areas, which one would be in a rural area whereby they would have different cultural familiarity than the children who would be here in Gauteng in an urban area. So idioms would basically depend on the area that you are basically living in. And again, if a child is in grade 2, there is no way to say by this grade these are the idioms that you're supposed to basically know. So there's no measure to try and infiltrate that and try to analyze that in children, because they need to know those idioms in order to extract the non-literal meaning. So I think also, as me, who's basically old, there are also isiZulu idioms which I'm not familiar with because I was not exposed to those kinds of idioms, even proverbs. So that is something that you need to be familiar with in order to extract meaning. So which is why we did not include it in this study.
Thank you so much for the comments and questions. Um, when will the findings be incorporated into CAPS? Well, CAPS is under review, but I think the bigger point is this is the first study. So I think maybe also this goes into the question that you were asking about the validity of the um, the tasks as well as the findings. Then, therefore, this is the first round of the study. So what we are hoping is going to happen is that these studies would be replicated in the various languages at classroom level in the different provinces, but also in different locations, so that we can see, are we getting some consistent findings that we can be confident about, you know? So that also speaks to the CAPS thing, that we also don't want CAPS to change things that we're not quite sure about, because we have some early data, some indications and so on. But obviously, this data also does point us to things that we already know. For example, I'm going to come to the questions of materials. So I agree, actually, absolutely with you that teachers should be able to create materials. But I think the point that I'm making is slightly different, is that even when teachers have created the materials, the issue is more to get the materials into the hands of children. So that's a different issue. It's the issue of printing and so on. I mean, for example, a group of organizations has created, I'm sure some of you are aware of this, we have created huge amounts of graded readers that we've tested, that we've worked with subject advisors in all African languages. And I think for each language, there's about maybe uh, plus minus 100 titles of graded readers for the foundation phase. High quality materials. But the point is, they've got to be printed and get to the schools and to be in the hands of children. So, I mean, there's material, but, but it's not in the hands of children. Because even teachers, they can create materials, but if they don't have access to printing facilities and so on, to get them to children to actually use the books, then in a sense, materials don't exist. So I think that's the point that I was making there. Uh, yes, and I think Bram, I don't think that was a question. I think it was a comment. Yeah, and I think that's very welcome. I think that's insightful comment.
All right, great. While hands go up, just a quick comment from me. I also have questions later, but just one thing. I think with this study relative to the study from yesterday, the sample size is quite a lot smaller in this case of trial, and it's also not nationally representative. It's only 6 provinces, so it's kind of in specific areas. So I think, I mean, Brian did say this up front, but I think don't focus too much on the exact stats in terms of like percentages of children reaching benchmarks, things like that, because the study we presented yesterday is based on a much larger sample size, and it's nationally representative and representative of every province and of every language. So that's just a minor thing. But I also wonder, maybe this is sort of a question slash comment, about whether some of the sort of variations we see, like some of the differences between languages or between grades or between skills, maybe some of the big jumps are partly because of small sample size in some cases. So it's maybe a question about, is there just room for a bit of caution, and maybe it's more of an exploratory study, and I think some of these questions can even be more deeply investigated in the full funds data set. because we did measure things like semantic awareness. Although the advantage of this data set is that there were certain skills that we didn't assess in funds as well. So sort of a combination of the two, and sort of just using a bit of caution in aspects of the interpretation. So that's kind of a comment slash question, but let's see if there are more hands. We've got one. It's okay. Okay, so you can go first, and then we'll have over there and here. Let's take those three. Okay, we'll take Mpumi as the fourth. There can be another round, I think. Go for it, Tim.
Actually, Brian, when we talk of representation, I'm going to refer you to the states, the Sesotho Nguni differences. In the case of the Sesotho, which I was directly involved with, the representation, the locations. In the Free State, we have different parts of the Free State, and the repertoire, the language usage, though it's Sesotho, it's very different. Very different. So talking of the representation where you could that was collected, I'll take the case of Harry Smith. Harry Smith is largely influenced by Zulu. So the Sesotho spoken that side is different. And you can't expect kids from that side of the Free State to master the language like those who are from the central part of the Free State and the other side. So I don't think the validity there is quite what we are looking for. Yeah, the representation, the influence, the location. Thank you.
Pass, just still on the Sesotho versus the Nguni language one, which I think it was in particular with isolated word reading, where Sesotho children were not doing so well. Something I noticed as well in the fund's instruments is that when it comes to isolated word reading, it's actually quite hard in Sesotho and Setswana and Sepedi because the words are quite long. Whereas in your oral reading fluency passages, there's lots of shorter words. Lots of ki, or those kinds of very short words. Whereas in the isolated word reading, like all of the first block of words are at least 5 letters long in Sesotho. Whereas in the oral reading fluency, only about 1 in 3 words are 5 words or longer. So in some ways, the isolated word reading is harder in Sesotho, whereas for the Nguni languages, it's more similar. If anything, it's a bit easier because you have slightly shorter words in isolated word reading, and they're used to longer words in oral reading fluency, because a lot of the words have prefixes and suffixes in the off passage, but not in the isolated word reading. So maybe that's also a comment slash question: is that possibly driving that difference? Thanks, Laura.
Thanks. That's really interesting. I had a question about the semantics, just what the task is to measure that, because that does seem like such a peculiar outcome, I suppose, even though that negative association was very much a 0, I think. But just what is the task that you're using to measure semantics? That's what.
Sorry, I can grab Laura's question, but so with the semantic task, unlike the morphological awareness task, was administered within the written comprehension task. So at least then there's that added complexity, right? So whereas morphological awareness was orally administered, so you have a prompt and then you give a response. The semantics task was asking learners to give an opposite or select an opposite meaning of a given word, and then do the synonyms as well in that way. So it was sort of like picking from the across board. And so I think with the looking at it in relation to the morphological awareness task or the oral reading fluency task is thinking about like the shift in administration. in that like it's a little bit more complex. So if already I can't decode, I might actually know, like have higher semantic awareness, but because I'm expected to do an additional or rather employ an additional skill of actually decoding what is being asked and then applying it, that adds to sort of like the difficulty, even though like prior to this, like the enumerator would go through the examples with the learners orally with the group and sort of do an example with them. But yeah, that notwithstanding, I think that's an important thing to note about the administration.
And then Mpumi.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. My question is, there were recommendations made by Brian that letter sound knowledge should be taught as early as in grade R, and that there are some activities that teachers must do, like fluency activities must be done at least 3 times a week. So my question is that are there systems in place to put these recommendations into action? Thank you.
I have a few questions. So, Brian, I think if you could give some, yeah, what is your recommendations on the early start of letter sounds? So, do you have a number or ways that they could be introduced from grade R? And when do you think we should actually finish with letters in grade 1? So is it term 1, term 2, or spread across the year? And on inflectional or derivational morphology, it already seems so high, which is a good thing. But I think one of your recommendations was that we can or should consider teaching it explicitly. It feels to me like in a time constrained environment, if children already have high aspects of this, we shouldn't be teaching it. We should be helping them translate it for word reading, etc. But yeah, we shouldn't teach it. It's already there. And then are there easy and practical ways to practice fluency? I think you made a great point about teacher. You've never seen a teacher practicing fluency. Is that something we can work on and maybe some practical examples of what that would look like? Thanks.
Nice.
Applying it, I don't think Brian would be necessarily well placed to that. Neither am I, by the way, but we'll have Boni later on in the panel discussion. Maybe we can address that. But I do want to say that as part of the like dissemination activities for this study, we did engage with the curriculum directorate, which at the time was having the workshops updating the ATPs. And so they are aware of these findings and sort of thinking about how to incorporate them. But I think, yeah, some of the recommendations and findings have a little bit more controversial, like starting later sounds in grade R, etc. But I think another point to figure out, I think one of the currently with CAPS we don't have like a standardized phonics program, and so one of the actions in terms of strengthening the curriculum is providing teachers with something that they can actually rely on across the languages. I know that NIDU has rather worked in consolidating a phonics progression program for each of those languages. But probably one of, as like putting on my linguist hat on and take off my official hat, one of the issues I find with the progression is how like that compounds to how much time is actually spent on phonics, is that we are almost within the African languages, there are some aspects where we are treating things that are blends as if they are graphs. So instead of like probably like a good like aspiration for okay, when something is an actual sound by itself, like represented by multiple letters, so two letters ph becoming and then one p becoming right, and then if you put a W at the end of the PHW, that teaching that as an isolated thing, but actually what it is, it's a blend, right? So instead of saying, hey, when you see a W after these couple of letters, this is what we do, and it would cover across. But now we have two sounds that are taught in a week, and then we're adding all these ones that could actually be incorporated when we're teaching digraphs and trigraphs within the languages.
Yeah, thank you. So my recommendation actually with letter sound knowledge is that a key outcome of grade R, not the only thing, but a key outcome for literacy should be that children should know all their letter sounds, the individual sounds, from A to Z. And what does that mean, to know your letter sounds? So it means that they're able to identify them in isolation. They're able to identify them within other letters. They're able to identify them in their conventional sequence, A to Z, but they're able to identify them in reverse. They're able to identify them randomly, but also they are able, like, so the beginning to be able to represent them in writing. So that's grade R. And then grade 1, term 1, so there will be a review of letter sound knowledge, consolidation, and then we should be beginning to build some short words. So I think if we could do that, I think we will break the back of this. Agreed, actually. Yeah, so when I'm saying we should teach morphological awareness, actually, I just mean like use it to build words, to read words, to decompose words. And then in terms of fluency, no, actually, I have seen teachers teach fluency, but I think I was saying like timed fluency, that specific component that I hadn't seen. But I've seen them teach fluency. I mean, there's many different practices. Again, I think is, so, I mean, for most organized teachers, for example, they would have, in cases where there's no graded readers, they would have little passages, depending on the grade level, little passages that they've written out and which sort of ranked in order of difficulty. So children, maybe they'll spend maybe 3 days reading that, practicing. So it's like a little like strip, like a card. So like so basically the main strategy is repeated reading. Yeah? So repeated reading until you can read it in a natural way. So when you've mastered that card, then you get a slightly more difficult one and so on, so they kind of, do it that way. So the key thing I think about fluency is repeated reading of the same text, but including, so as you go, include variety, more text. But I think the other key thing is it must be regular. So it can't be sort of once off. Because often as also teachers do things, like good things, but they do them either for too long, like for example, if they're doing fluency, and then it takes up like an hour. So they don't organize like you do it. So the key thing is to do short activities often than over time. Short, often activities, but not like like once a week, but for an hour. So it's better to do it like 10 minutes, 3 times a week or 4 times a week. Yep, no, but also to have some trajectory that, we starting with a simple passage, but we're building up, that we're not treading water. Because often also what you find is that sometimes when they're doing practice, but they're practicing text at the same level of difficulty. So the level of difficulty is not increasing, so it's not challenging the learners to develop. So they might be practicing, but they're still practicing at the same level. Yeah. And I think also, obviously, I think I said the issue of dialect is a big one. And that's true across languages, and it's something that we're going to have to think about whether, we are being fair in describing children's abilities, especially for oral language tasks, because that's going to depend largely on the varieties of language they're exposed to wherever they are. So yeah, so we need to think about how, I think we may not be able, obviously to create a task that will represent all dialects, but I think we need to then be cautious when we interpret the results. We take into account the context in which the data was collected and so on, as we make meaning, I think. I don't maybe you have a comment?
I think that's the the comment that I wanted to emphasize with looking into dialects. So what we might put an umbrella term for isiZulu might be isilala for others, which would because the isiZulu that is spoken now is isindungwa. So others might have ulwimi lwesigodi, of whereby this isiZulu, which is isindungwa, they encounter it at school, probably also with other children. So that needs to be taken into consideration that what we term isiZulu is actually other children are not really like familiar with that standardized term, which is written as isiZulu, of which it may not be isiZulu, and also taking into consideration with the influences of languages, as Prof. Umpo said in Harry Smith. So those need to also be taken into considerations when interpreting the results of which going to pages concern about tasks, validity of which that again one of the things that uh, we need to go with an open mind when interpreting the analysis or the findings. Thank you.
So let's see. Do we have any takers? We've got 1, 2, 3. Let's leave it there. Yeah. What was that a 4? Yeah, there's a fourth. Okay, we'll take 4.
Uh, Good day again. I don't know whether I will say these are questions or comments or what. At first is about learners, especially grade 1. Sometimes we'll find out that we may perceive that they know words. For example, that song where they will be singing "Hloho Mahetla Sifuba Liltek." You may know the words, but they have never been exposed to them in reading. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is that most of the time, our higher educational institutions, when training our pre-service teachers about how to teach reading, at first, I think we must first ask ourselves that the pre-service teachers that we are training them on how to teach reading, are they able to read? Because sometimes you teach someone how to pay, because if you are just writing a receipt that just do this and this and this, while that person has never ever paid. So it's like teaching someone on how to train someone on how to fly a flight, while that person has never done that. So that's what I think we must also focus on, that the focus may be on learners while our teachers are not able to teach them how to read. The other thing, if you check, especially during before 2000s, there were books that we were using for readings. Those books, on top, they have letter sound. For example, on how to blend letter sound, and it was letter sound, then words. So by the time learners are reading the text, already they have been exposed to some of the words on top. So I think it was helping again. And the other thing, I think in Sesotho, who is Gian was talking about geographically and Ulimles code. Remember that in Sesotho, most multilingualism around the geographical area is taking most people are speaking Sesotho right now. We expose our children to cocomelons and whatever. So by the time we don't expose them to Sesotho things. And most of the parents, they still have that tendency of heart scaling, or that the children is intellectualism by how they speak English. So they perceive that Sesotho is the home language. Everyone should just know them. Even when helping with homeworks, you will find out they focus on English thing, unlike Sesotho. So the other thing is or I spoke about then yes, they know. The other thing is cramming. Our children can cram. You can teach them ways today. They will cram and write them, but once you give them a passage to read them is a problem again. So those things, I think those are the other things that add to what we face when we see learners that they are doing bad in benchmarking. Thank you very much.
I have a small comment, and that is about fluency. My specific interest is, for a long time, was English second language teaching. And it was super interesting to me to notice how first of all, accuracy and secondly, fluency have to develop together for proper language knowledge. And I hope that analogy can also be used in the grade one classroom where reading is being taught. That we don't always focus only on fluency, but also on accuracy. That we know that accuracy alone is good enough for fluency. And if we correct accuracy all the time while the learner is reading, we might impact negatively the child's confidence and motivation to read. So I think that is something that we can also consider, not only all the information that we collect from the data, but also the influence, the psychological influence of confidence and encouragement. That's one of my comments. The other one is a small comment, Brian, on that issue of the dominance of one language in certain areas. I was working in the Western Cape in small towns in the Western Cape where teachers said, though the dominant language was Afrikaans, those children didn't have a language. It was supposed to be Afrikaans, but they didn't have that language. The teachers were worried that even though they were speaking Afrikaans in their areas, in their schools, at homes, wasn't properly developed to even count as a dominant language. So the teacher's words to me were our children don't have language. And that is maybe another very important thing to focus on. How do we develop language even before we start developing reading?
Okay, thank you. I'm a bit covered, but one thing that I wanted to raise was based on what my colleague have just said. When we said in grade R, we need now to start issues around letter sound. That is very correct, but my concern is looking now that ECD is with us as the Department of Education. I've visited some of the ECD centers. My concern every time I get into an ECD center, because I'm responsible for curriculum from ECD to grade 12, I always see that at that space, the teaching, like the LOLT in most of the time, it's English. And when we talk about language development of a child, start from home, I used to make simple examples to say, maybe what makes English or Afrikaans to be seen as a language that has got one step ahead of us as African languages is that these learners, they speak the language from home. they play using the language. They get into class, they use the language. Whether they are in ECD, it's this language. When they get into grade 1 or grade R, already they have built enough vocabulary using the language. But with us, there is a lot of mix and match. The child at home has got a Zulu parents speaking isiZulu. Going to ECD center, there is English. How do we look at that language development? Now they get into grade R, which is in a formal school. And the Lord in that school is isiZulu, coming from ECD center that has been English. And I'm happy because you have noted, my colleague, that also parents play a role here, because parents, they always say, if a child come from ECD center and can say jump, sit, head, nose, and they will say, wow, this ECD center is very good. My child now can speak English. You see, those are the things that are always discouraged. Whenever I meet the ECD practitioners, I'm trying to make people to think that when we develop language, it's not something, it starts from home, and we need to ensure that these learners are exposed to the language. So when we start now formalizing the language, at least the learner has got vocabulary that has been built over years as the child is growing. So my concern now, or my point on this narrative, as people doing like your research, have you ever maybe look at that, so that we, as we talk from our own perspective, at least we are also backed by a research to say what effect it has at that level as the learner or the child develops the language up to the level where we are saying now the learner or the child is learning the language formally. Because I really feel that that disjuncture made our children not to grasp the language fully. And now that we are struggling in these grades, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, we say learners cannot read. It's something that really started long time ago. Like we have been manufacturing this unaware, happy about what is happening. Children can speak English, this and that. So I'm just throwing that to you guys to say, how best can we influence the thinking through more of studies, of course, that we can say now this is an evidence based approach, where we can say indeed, when we say in ECD centers, when the child is prepared to go to a school where isiZulu, it's a language of teaching and learning, it means from ECD we must see isiZulu being developed in that manner. Thank you.
Over here, listen. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I think one of the earlier speakers actually touched on what I wanted to also comment on, and that is that we really need to look at our teacher training, because I think a lot of our teachers were not trained, especially when you talk about the different languages. A lot of the training on teaching reading was done in English, basically. So it's really a struggle for them to teach reading. And then also with our EAs, I think there should also be some kind of structured program for them to assist, because I'm just worried that if we don't look at the support and the training that they get, we might have EAs, not only EAs, but I'm just generalizing, doing more harm than good if they don't know how to teach properly. And I would like to say that, you know, it should not be a type of hit and run training. They really need to be trained intensively, not only the EAs, but teachers as well. And then also, I really think there should be more collaboration, especially for us. As an example, in the Free State, we have approximately 5 schools that are doing isiZulu. we don't have any subject advisors that can assist these schools. So, maybe across provinces, I'm not sure how, but if we could just sort of get some support for, I want to say, these minority languages within our province, because these poor teachers are left to their own devices. We can just help and, give them. So I think that's something that we should also look at. And then also, um, I think the new teachers and even our novice teachers or teachers that are just graduating or starting out, there should be some kind of program where these teachers or these students are taught to teach reading, not only in the foundation phase, but even in the intermediate phase and beyond. Yeah, I think that was just something that I wanted to mention. Thank you.
To go live. There we go. Just if I can add one question to this final round for Brian, and others in the team who might know, but if I have it correctly, the morphological awareness tasks were assessed orally, and the semantic awareness task was actually a written task, which therefore assumes decoding, right? So it's sort of like semantic awareness if you can decode, as opposed to a separate skill. Uh, with that in mind, can I just check the zero correlations you reported? Was that morphological awareness and off, or was that semantic awareness and off? Because, does that make sense? I can't remember quite clearly. Was it morphological awareness that was not correlated, or was it semantic awareness? Because I would expect semantic awareness to be correlated, partly just because it involved decoding, if I had that right. So yeah, that's the final round of questions. If you can respond to it, and then we'll. You wanna? There's an urgent one for you. Go for it, Mbo.
Really, um, a follow-up on a lot of issues. As Brian was presenting, I noted a lot of things here, policy related, pedagogical decision making. Though we are in the classroom, parental involvement as well. Colleagues have indicated that IFAL is playing a big role in language development because our kids, even at home, when we say we read them bedtime stories, I'll just challenge you here. Do you ever use your mother tongue or you go for English? All of you go for English, but you are concerned about language development. That's a mismatch that we're talking about here. It all starts from home. And all blames are shifted into the classroom. So we should go back and change the rhetoric. Let's change this narrative. If we're just going to sit there and say, teachers are doing this, let's show them the way. We want our kids to develop their languages. It's only through the development of their own languages that later on they will master these additional languages. You build onto the unknown from the known. I talked of the cultural capital that we need to implant. If they already have, if they are exposed actually to the language, and who exposes or socializes the kids first? It's you as a parent. It's the community around them before the school socializes. So, as I said, it's a multifaceted place. Here we are talking about the policy, we are talking about the pedagogy, we are talking about us as parents. When we sit in here, we tend to forget we are parents, we are part of the problem. Let's remember that. We too are part of the problem. Let's not problematize the problem. Let's find a way of dealing with the problem.
Realize the solutions. Okay. Brian, and anyone else who wants to wrap it up in response? I want to break for tea. Sorry. So I think let's wrap it up with a final word. Many of those were comments, but if you have any answers based on some of the questions, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they were largely comments, but maybe just one that um, worried me a bit is the teachers that say that some children don't have a language. Now, I've heard that many times in different contexts. And I think as linguists, I think it's something that we're going to have to help explain to teachers that um, there is no such thing as a language to begin with, because language is a social construct, you know, and there are sets of practices that develop in certain local spaces. So often when we're talking really about a language, we're referring to a written variety of a certain language that we can talk about in a very sort of more or less stable. But actually, otherwise, we're really talking about a set of different practices of speaking, of communicating, that vary spread. So then there'll be some practices that are much closer to the written, others that are slightly away. And this is true for every single so-called language. So there's a distinction between languages um, as real, in the basic languages in the wild, in the natural environment, languages as codified, as written things. Those are totally different things. So, but natural language is one language that's, like, bound, depends where it is, and then it feeds into some other language there, and so on. I think as you were describing Sesotho inherently. So it's Sesotho, but then it's got some context, and then becomes that's normal, natural. So I think for me that's teachers to understand. But of course, as teacher, the role of a teacher though is to use the languages that children come with to the school to teach standard written variety. That's the job of the teacher, is to build on what the children know and have to teach the standard variety. So the teacher doesn't say anything goes in the classroom. No, because that's not your job. So your job is to validate the knows, to acknowledge it, and so on, and then to add to it, to say, okay, so in the this is what you say when you're at home. That's correct. But when we're writing, this is kind of what we say in school. So you're adding to what the child. That's the job. And of course, this is true with English, because there's many Englishes. Okay, as there would be many Afrikaans and or whatever it is. So I think for me, that's the main. Okay, and then just in relation to the mismatches between the languages of teaching, ECE, in the languages of children. And of course, I think that's been a result of basically ECE has been informalized for a very, very long time. And that the people that do teacher training for ECE tend to be English speaking people. And the curriculum is to be English and so on. So I hardly know of any ECE programs which training is conducted in the language or languages. But hopefully now that it's getting a bit more formalized, that then the department will begin then to conduct training, because then that's how the issue will be addressed. That the training will be conducted for in the language or languages children, because then that will help them deal with this issue where children are learning ABCs instead of R, B, A. Yeah, so when they get into school, they know ABCs. because they didn't learn it there. But I think even so, I would still say children that have gone to an ECE program, even if it's language confused in that way, but they do learn a lot of things about print. They develop concepts about print, how print. They develop, skills, like concentration, listening, taking turns, so on and so on. Skills that you need in grade R. So that I think even if it's confused like that, but there is a lot of things that children get from that. Stephen, we can take your question during tea. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone. That was a very rich discussion, and it will continue after tea. But let's take tea and be back in 20 minutes at 12:15. Enjoy.
Punta Calanova, no, no, it's the lot. Punta Calanova, no, no, it's the lot.
It's nothing you've ever seen, but it's everything you know. It's a loop. It's Wi-Fi you carry with you. It's stereo speakers everywhere you go. It's listening, streaming, sharing, connecting in a whole new way. It's your Wi-Fi. It's your music. It's a loop. And it's exclusive to Rain. Get yours.
All right, welcome back from tea. Let's get restarted. So there's been a slight adjustment to the program. We're not going to take the panel quite as planned, but what we're going to do next is we're going to give an opportunity. We're going to focus really on what this means in practice, right? For us at all of our institutions, whether it's higher education, whether it's you're an NGO working in schools, whether you're in a government department. And first, we'll go back to Brian to ask very practically where you're working in a higher education context. What do you see some of the implications of this work for you in the work that you do? Then we'll ask Dr. Wendy Chauke to also speak from her perspective, also in a university context, what it means very practically for you. Then we'll open it to the floor to answer that question. So whoever would like to offer some thoughts on how you see this landing in your context, that will be where we'll go. And then after that discussion, Lesang will also make a presentation from our perspective and DBE as where we see some of the practical outworkings of this analysis. Everyone clear on the way forward for the session? All right. We're missing Anil today. Could have done with his energy. So yeah, Brian, you want to start off, and then we'll go to Dr. Chauke after that.
Okay, thank you so much. I think in terms of initial teacher education, I would suggest that one of the dissemination sort of forums, especially for the benchmarks, I think should be the Dean's Forum to kind of ensure that, at least a summary presentation is presented to the Dean's Forum so that they can take this into their own faculty, so that they try to incorporate this actually into some of their modules. So, and then I think in-service teacher education. So I am involved in a sort of large-scale intervention in the Eastern Cape that's starting next year. So we will incorporate, I think, some of the conclusions from the benchmarks report into our teacher training manuals, so the teachers kind of have got a clear sense of what it is that children at different grade levels should be able to do at the end of the year. So we'll definitely be doing that. But otherwise, I think other recommendations, I think I spoke to them when I was giving my presentation. Okay.
That's good. Let's hear from Dr. Chauke. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay. Where do I start? From the implications, what it says to us, number one, it's a question which says to me, is there any collaboration between the institutions and the basic education? If I'm missing something, if it's there, how can we strengthen it? From the deliberations, we had the frustration that is there. We are also frustrated because at the moment we're just pointing fingers at each other. The practice and the theory Yes, there is no match, there is mismatch. But what can we do? The collaboration, how do we strengthen it, as I've indicated, in terms of problem solving and shared knowledge? I'm glad from this forum it was indicated that it's high time that there should be training or manuals that will assist our teachers as to what is it that needs to be done with regards to the teaching of reading. It was also indicated here that we have fluency and accuracy. What are we saying as a team? Not the university alone, but also the schools out there. Yes, we are taking our students for teaching practice, but now, what is the mentorship program that is in place? We are fostering critical reflection, but the question is to what extent does the two institutions try to meet and make sure that what we are trying to build is the ideal teacher that the Department of Education is aspiring to have at schools. Because the frustration part also is with regards to the with regards to the employment status. We have the foundation phase training, we have the FET training, senior and FET training. But because of the scarcity of manpower or human resource, we find at some stage the teacher who is senior phase or FET teacher being employed at a foundation phase level. So what is it then that is in place to support that particular teacher? Hence now, when it comes to the issue of reading, reading with comprehension or reading for comprehension, we are here as the results have been displayed to us. So it's a challenge that is there. We are aware of it, but as I've indicated, I think from this point we need to stop pointing fingers at each other and have a way forward so that we rally with that one. So that at the end of the day, we have that ideal teacher who is going to lay the foundation of reading. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Shauke. Let's see then. Let's open it up. Let's hear from anyone who'd like to share, wherever you are, in a province, in an institution. Yep.
Right, thank you. No, thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. We just want to weigh in on a number of issues. Firstly, on the issue of initial teacher education, I think we must also leverage on the existing fora. And I'm sitting here having a sense that universities do not necessarily share with their academic staff the platforms that are there for engagement, amongst others, the provincial teacher education development committees, where your issues of initial teacher education and continuing teacher professional development are discussed. But related to that, Chair, is the question as to what extent do HEIs train teachers, not only on the content, but also to have agency, to be agile, but most importantly, to be reflective practitioners. Related to your initial teacher education is the issue of the new teacher induction program. And I just want to piggyback on the colleague from the province raised. We know that with the new teacher induction program, the VVOB introduced a module on early grade reading for new teachers. As they are part of the new teacher induction program, who are in the foundation phase, then they are expected to take that module. But what Carmen raised yesterday to say that you'll have instances where a teacher in grade 4 would have to contend with challenges of teaching learners how to read. It then says to us that as we offer this program to the foundation phase teachers who are new in the system, must also give it to those who are in the intermediate phase. I also want to quickly weigh in on what Mpumi raised yesterday on the online teacher development platform. When you look at the analytics, we don't have many teachers taking those courses. So it is incumbent upon all of us, both teacher development, curriculum and other units in the sector, to ensure that we advocate for teachers to take those programs in the online teacher development platform. The last one quickly, Chair, maybe just reflecting on what the panel discussions dealt with yesterday quickly. And you'll pardon me if I'm oversensitive. I heard Bonnie saying that there's a category of readers who are called struggling readers. Ne? And I'm not taking political correctness to the extremes, but I'm of the view that we must desist from that phrase of struggling readers. As I was taught that labeling is disabling, we must find a palatable phrase to refer to that category of readers. The last one is just on mentoring. I must concede that as the sector, we are also failing our student teachers in terms of having very much.
Sorry, I just want to raise the issue that I also tabled at the TALIS launch in Pumalanga, where we had the deans from university. And I feel sometimes, as Brian has indicated, and I think Dr. Chowke has also indicated, that maybe at the Dean's Forum, I think there is not much that is actually being put on the table in particular when it comes to international studies and findings of international studies and its implication on teacher training and teacher development. I mean, if you look at the TALIS report, it's clear about it's the only survey that actually looks at teachers, principals, and teachers. All other surveys are assessment surveys of learners. So that's the first point. The second point is there differentiation program in HEIs that focuses on different aspects besides, I mean, exactly my colleague from Free State is saying, besides just doing the content, do you actually look at the practical implications of, for example, reading, comprehension, going down to deep dive? Because the way that when we went through a teaching course and the way the demands of the society now is very different. The third point is, how is HEI using AI to also, because AI is a big thing at the moment. It's all over the place. I know HEIs don't hear about AI because it's creating a problem. But you look at schools, lots of schools are using AI, and are we equipping our teachers with the next generation of teachers? And I think that's an important aspect in the differentiated training program that you have for teachers. And the last point is, why is there no follow-up once the teacher has left the institute? Oh, you're done, you registered, you paid your fees, you graduated, bye bye, Raj. There is no follow up to actually check uh, whether the programs that we have done at Institute A has met the desired needs for Raj, and is Raj actually effective in implementing what he has been taught into a school situation. There is no, because for me, from a MNE point of view, you need to monitor. You have done this training, you've trained Raj. Raj is now in the field. Do you go back and check on Raj, how Raj is, whether the training that he received from your institute, is it really meeting the desired needs for Raj? So Raj can be an effective, appropriate educator that's meeting the needs of our learners today. The learners of today are very different. And those are the points that I want. I think it has got lots of implications with HEIs because there are no more teacher colleges. Huh? They closed them long time ago. So now the baby lies with your University of Fort Hare, University of Limpopo. It lies with y'all because y'all are the ones that can actually give birth to the new group of teachers that's going to help us so that we can get this funds thing up and order.
It's perfect. Let's just keep going. Thank you. Yeah.
Just quickly, I was wondering the absence of publishing companies, educational publishing companies, apart from Oxford. Are you involving the well-known publishing companies in the way forward? And if so, how could there be better collaboration between the publishing companies and the DBE? Because I know that could also be a concern.
So we can take more inputs if there are, and then we'll get to that question. Yeah, Claudine.
Hello. Thank you. Claudine from Wits. Just wanted to find out from you, with the realities on the ground, class sizes, I think Brian might have touched on that learners learn differently. And I think Bram also touched on it. Have you considered how that would look in terms of whatever training modalities you develop, how they could be scaled, or whether one lesson can, I don't know how magically be able to reach the 80 learners in a classroom, whether it's ECD or foundation phase. I don't know if I'm asking the question correctly, but yeah, I just want to find out that have we considered the realities, or are we going to consider them when we go forward with our planning? Thank you.
You want to give some answers to these difficult questions as the director for reading. I merely produced the research.
I just arrived. Um, so I think, yeah, good questions and reflections and observations. I think Lesang is going to speak shortly, and a lot of this has been incorporated into what she'll say. But I think there is a ecosystem that people have been speaking to that we're operating in, and part of the next steps need to be including everyone in that ecosystem. So publishers are one component. Dr. Wendy, you spoke even about how to better collaborate with universities, how to use the resources we have, like the teacher professional development platform. So I think all of those are things we need to think seriously about doing in a coordinated way moving forward. And there are also factors that are outside reading that we need to think about, and they include things like classroom size and appropriate teachers that are trained at the right level. And those are beyond the scope of maybe people in this room, but they are enablers that we need to be speaking about. I think the minister has said as part of her priorities and what she wants to get to, a bigger focus on teacher numbers for the foundation phase and making sure that there's more protection for that. I think we do a good job of that for high school. So in high school, you have your smaller class sizes because you differentiate by subject. But we need the same kind of attention happening for the first 3 grades. And I know the educator HR people, that's something that they have on their plate. So yeah, I'll stop there. And I'm sure Lesang will actually answer all your questions.
Before we get to Lesang, are there any more from this side of the room, perhaps? Coming on.
This is just sort of a voice of reasoning in terms of what we have done in South Africa in the higher education market. I worked in higher ed for a number of years in my life, and specifically in the education faculty, is that most of the universities, there are some of them that still lacking that, but most of the universities are quite on par in terms of teacher training and they focus to a foundation phase. I think we must just read a little bit more up about it. There's very good examples of universities that's very good in terms of mentoring their practicing teachers. KZN is one of them. Northwest is one of them. So I think if we can just think about positive things as well as these nuggets of excellence that we do have in our country and that our HE institutions do have, that will motivate us as well in terms of positivity.
Anyone else? Yeah, got over there. Especially if there's anyone who hasn't yet contributed to the discussions, we'd love to hear from you. If you've been sitting quietly, wrestling with your thoughts, burning to say something, please say it. But you go first, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. With collaborations among DPE and higher institution, I'm from Northwest University in Vanderbilt Park campus. We collaborated with CDBN West District, Educational District, where we are also training teachers that are already working based on reading again, and sometimes they may bring up problems that they face when teaching. Then we may try to train them on how to address those questions. Although it's part of community engagement, but I think it helps a lot. And the other thing is that even universities are collaborating. For example, we have CULT in UJ, Center for African Languages Teaching. It is based in Sesotho and isiZulu. We call it SIRP, Sesotho and isiZulu Reading Program. So in that program, that is where we sometimes also we manufacture, I won't say manufacture, but we create another teaching variables where we as lecturers, we may use in order to train our pre-service teachers. As I have said that sometimes we look at the schools while the problem is here with us. So if we as lecturers we still equip ourselves, then we are able to go and lecture our students or train them on how to teach because already we have confidence. So that is how we collaborate as universities and also university and the Department of Basic Education. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing. No last takers. Oh, we do have, right? There we go. Please go for it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Amanda Nessi, working at UWC. I was just wanting to speak about the use of AI. At UWC, there's been conversation, especially working with the library, that instead of just focusing on the plagiarism, I know that universities have been focusing so much on the plagiarism in terms, and then in our university, we were saying that we need to utilize AI and create resources such as like resources for teaching or resources that students can use in the classrooms, utilize AI
and use it as a tool instead of just thinking that it is the enemy, you know? So, yeah.
And now we do have on the side an input. Summer's getting her steps in for the day. So next, someone on this side again afterwards.
Thank you. I think our focus, and it's something we picked up in our system, is that often the focus is so much on quality teaching, but we actually miss if quality learning is taking place. And what we realized when visiting classrooms is that, especially if you take the EGRA data, many teachers do the EGRA, they tick it off, I've done it. But how do we equip our teachers to actually then take that data and to zoom into the learners that actually didn't meet the benchmarks of letter sounds or whatever, and then help them with simple routines to accelerate fluency. And I think, irrespective of what language, that is something that we need to look at, because we can often miss where the learning has taken place. And that's something that in the Western Cape next year we want to zoom into. We want to put in the benchmarks. We're going to track that benchmarks from term to term, but we're also going to make a concerted effort to capacitate our teachers in simple routines to assist learners that's not reaching that benchmarks. And I think if you can shift the focus to a point where teachers are capacitated to actually know, how do I help this learner that cannot, then we're going to shift the needle. Yeah, that's my few cents.
Great, thank you so much. All right, let's go to Lasang to give us the. Yes, Raj, you want to come in again? Okay, there's two more second bites coming up here.
Sorry, Stephen. I want to say this because I have to use my other cap now. So let me just raise this. I don't know if you all have had discussions with the unit in the E. The reason why I'm raising this, because in whole school evaluation, area number 6 is learner achievement. In one of the criteria questions, they ask what is the reading abilities of learners when we evaluate the school at grade 3, 6, and 9, and their maths ability. But none of us in all 9 provinces have a scientific standardized tool that is being used across the country to say that the reading ability at grade 3, 6, and 9 is as follows. Each province either is using EGRA or they're using other tools. So I'm asking, and I know Pumi is here and the team is here, what is the type of discussion that you all are having with Quinton and them regarding that we get a standardized tool that when a school is evaluated in South Africa, whether I evaluate the school in Northwest Limpopo or KZN or Free State, we are using a simpler tool, same tool. And when we get the scores of the reading abilities, then it also there's a correlation or some type of triangulation of what provinces are doing separately, what y'all are doing as DBE, and what whole school evaluation is getting as an external eye. So I had to say that, so please just bear with me.
Great. Just before you come in, I've just been informed that I think some folk have transport here already, in particular the Northwest colleagues. But if you do need to sneak out for those reasons, that's fine. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take one more comment and then we're going to have a short presentation before there's another comment. Okay, we'll take a couple more.
No,
That's fine.
thank you very much. I think one issue that was raised was this out of field teaching, where you have teachers who would be teaching foundation phase, not having specialized in foundation phase. That is not their own making. It is the department which would have employed them. And it is therefore incumbent upon the department to ensure that these teachers are reskilled to be able to teach foundation phase. For example, in the Free State, we have identified a number of foundation phase teachers who are not qualified to teach foundation phase, and we have engaged the Northwest University and will be taking them on an advanced certificate in teaching for foundation phase so that they are appropriately qualified to teach the foundation phase. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry, it's been a long day. I just wanted to comment on the other comment about a tool for assessing, a common tool. And I just wanted to go off about the EGRAs and about the misuse of the EGRAs that we've been seeing a lot. So I recently was involved in some pre and post testing in some schools in the Northern Cape, and we did the pre. And then when we spoke with the literacy ambassadors, the ones doing the program, they said no, the teachers print a copy and give it to the learners, and it's in their books, and they are taught to like memorize the stories. And this, yeah, so I don't know what the solution is for that, but it is definitely, we've seen it not just in Northern Cape, as Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga as well, across languages. So it is a big issue.
Yeah, just while Zama crosses the floor again to Dr. Chabalala. I do. Oh, and then Stella, do you want to first? Yeah, what? Just it's more efficient that way. Yeah, Stella can start, but I think that is a danger, and it's also why we shouldn't distribute, say, one Agra tool and then put high stakes on it, because then it'll certainly become memorized. Yeah, Stella.
Yeah, myself. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Um, I think my disclaimer is I'm not sure what was this. So pardon me if I repeat some of the things that might have been discussed. However, I don't think there's anything wrong if we emphasize certain things or if they keep coming again, because then it means they are real issues. I think someone already touched on pre-service earlier. I can't remember who, relating to are there any changes that are happening in our universities in terms of how teachers are trained? We are aware that lately universities do focus on the different phases. You know, they have teachers that have been trained for the foundation phase, intermediate phase, etc. But I think the debate should go beyond that, because lately with all the data, all the research that is being done, it is becoming very clear that there are certain things that need to be done differently. I'm not sure. I'm just putting it out there to say when we are having those meetings in our faculties of education, are we beginning to talk about what is happening in the country? And if we all listen to one another and the sector says foundational learning is one of our priorities, do universities think about that in terms of what are we doing in preparing the teachers that are going to be teaching in these schools to impact the learning outcomes? And I think someone also talked about, you know, the lecturer's knowledge. If you don't know what to do, how exactly are you going to help the teachers that you are training? So it is those little things that we cannot maybe in this room respond to, but it might be high time for the minister and the DG to have a high level discussion or conversation with USAF, and you know, which will translate into what our education faculties are doing across the country. And I'm just wondering at this point in time, how much research is being done in the area of reading, you know, language, you know, in our universities. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking loud here. Someone earlier talked about the reality that we find teachers that are not trained to teach in the foundation phase being in front of those kids. And the question is, who then mentors them? I think this very department produced or undertook research a few years ago, which highlighted the fact that your HODs or your DHs, is it DHs? Yeah, they don't have time. They are overloaded with work and they are not able to mentor. So that if I'm a senior phase teacher and I'm in the foundation phase, this person won't even be able to mentor me and help me to cope and to understand how things work in the foundation phase. So that was research that is out there, which tells us a story. And therefore it means, and I'm not trying to blame schools here. I'm showing the fact that there's a bigger conversation that we must have. Those who deal with teacher placements, those who deal with teacher development, those who are generally supporting the schools from district level, to say, how do we assist these teachers to do their work so that, you know, the learners are not left behind. Just on Friday, we were having visitors from Eswatini and having a conversation on teaching at the right level. And it is obvious that if you have a teacher that is not sure about how to go up, you know, how to go about in your classroom of foundation phase learners, you might actually, by the time they get to grade 3, they are not ready to move on to grade 4. And how do we how do we merge these programs that are happening and they are showing us some results, or with the pilots that have been done in some of the provinces, what lessons are we learning that relate with the results of this study? Because if you are teaching at the right level, then it means you cannot leave this learner behind. You must make sure they get it right before you move ahead. But at the same time, you have a teacher who says, I have an ATP. I have to follow what is in here, even though the learner is not ready. I have to assess, even though the learner is not ready. So these conversations need to be uh, brought out there when we are having our numerous makotla from provinces and university boardrooms, wherever we are coming from, so that we can together collaboratively move the education system forward. I don't think I was asking questions. I was just commenting. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I didn't want to talk, but I'm banning because everyone knows about Gauteng context. But I just wanted to give you a picture. We before the introduction of MTBBE, we did another analysis of size and shape in Gauteng. So I just want to give you a picture that at the end of 2024, we found that in the foundation phase from grade 1 to 3 in Gauteng, we have about 6,650 teachers who are teaching in the foundation phase, who are not teaching in their home languages. So just to give you an example, we found that there are 1,525 isiZulu speaking teachers who are teaching, who are just spread across the Sesotho, Setswana, Tsonga, English, but they are not teaching in any isiZulu classrooms. So that is the issue that we are facing in Gauteng. So now, even those that are teaching isiZulu, their isiZulu is gradually getting lost in the process, because now they say I'm a banana instead of saying banana. Yeah. Some of them can't even pronounce Q. They say, yeah. So, yeah. So that is the situation at this moment. And remember, there are labor issues. You cannot just say, when I move from here and go there. Yeah. Because there's a union also that is looking at you to say, this is a substantive post. You can't move me. I want to be in this school. So while we are trying to solve this problem, we must know that there are these, in 2024, there were 6,650 in the foundation phase. We still have others in grade 4 during this implementation of MTPPE, where we conducted a study and we found that some of the teachers who were already teaching mathematics and science in grade 4, the schools don't have the people who are sharing the language with those learners. Then the last part that we found 2 weeks ago was that there's this teacher with 63 learners in his grade 4 class. He's supposed to teach them mathematics in Sesotho, but only 20 of them are Sesotho home language speakers. The 43 are coming from everywhere, including Congo, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and then those that are doing Sesotho, some of them are Setswana speaking, but there is no local Setswana school around. So the parents cannot afford transport for them. So they just say, Setswana is not very far from Sesotho. You can go there. Yeah. So I'm saying this based on that theoretical framework, which says, I think it's you, Brian, who spoke about it, to say if the learner hears the language at home, and then when you get to school, you'll be able then to just gel in. So now the 43 never had the language at home. So they have to find the route from their home language, maybe Sitsonga, to English language, or to Sesotho, and then to mathematical language, and then to science language. So that is the situation that we are facing. And then so what we then find is that when these learners are assessed, they are assessed by a teacher who's also Sepedi speaking, who said, I can try Sesotho. Yeah. Yes, I remember there's in one class when the teacher wanted to say, she was teaching, she was saying Metsi, but she's Sepedi speaking, so she was saying Metsi. And then the learners are saying, so she says, say after me, they're saying Metsi. But now it's not supposed to be like that. And then, so those are the dynamics in Gauteng. So our situation is a bit complex, but we hope that there will be a solution one day. In mathematics, it becomes easier because we say to them, that mathematics class is not a Sesotho class. It's not a Xhosa class because we are piloting Sesotho and maths in Gauteng. It is remember, teacher, this is a mathematics lesson and it's a science lesson. So you must use the learner's home language as a tool to support. So where the teacher can even trans-language at some point. But it also leads to a mismatch now between the teaching language and the assessment language. Because when they see the assessment, it's purely English. There is no trans-languaging in the written language that is in the test. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, it was sobering, but I do think that, I mean, the challenges in Gauteng is well noted, but I think we may need a differentiated approach because it's very different in most other provinces. And so yeah, maybe different approaches are needed in the different contexts. But Lesang will give us the solutions now to all those problems. What are the next steps, Lesang?
Thanks, Stephen. I thought the alliance was first floor against third floor, but now you've betrayed me. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to be like my stature and be short so that we can all eat and go home. So I'm going to be talking through what was, well, mostly what we've been thinking about in terms of what are the implications of this work towards the different nodes of the sector, or rather the different programs that we have as the department. And yeah, so in planning for the study itself, we wanted to not have it as a study just for data's sake, but also thinking about like how do we incorporate it through the different programs that are happening. So the first one is the work that's ongoing with the strengthening and revision of the CAPS documents. And yeah, with that, it's like the different activities that have happened. But yeah, what does this mean for that strengthening and version process? And then secondly was looking at, I mean, we don't have like the full purview, but we do have a directorate or other two directors that look at initial teacher education as well as continuous professional development support. And so within, the department where we do have sort of weight in some ways to influence that space, what can we do there, what can we support, and how does that sort of cascade into like DHET and then ultimately to the institutions, the higher education institutions that train teachers. Thirdly, it was looking at this incremental rollout of the mother tongue based bilingual education, and then lastly sort of, I mean, we've already said, I think Brian made a good point about just talking about how this is like sort of early findings. I mean, it's the first of its kind, but it is preliminary findings. And so like there's a lot of additional data mining that I think we still have opportunity to do. So what are the other questions that this data set can still answer, but what are other questions that this data sort of probes, and then what work can we do looking forward? With regards to the curriculum strengthening, so I think everybody in this room would be aware that they've been, I mean, over the years, some kind of analysis on looking at CAPS, and as sort of like the most stable that it's of curriculums that it's been, at least in my lifetime. There have been, as with other curriculums, critiques or sort of gaps that have been found. And so the work to sort of consolidate and sort of build on what is currently there and making it appropriate is ongoing. And one of the work that has been done there is in terms of incorporating the benchmarks. So progressively, as we've developed the different benchmarks for the different languages, it's sort of like incorporating them. And I mean, we're finally done with all 11 spoken languages, including EFL as the 12th language. Winnie would hate that phrasing, but he's not here. But yeah, so additional, so what does it look like with what we found here at trial to for the curriculum? And so some of the activities, I think I'd spoken earlier, there was a question raised around the work with the ATP workshop. So the annual teaching plan is currently being worked on with a host of really dedicated officials and teachers and different stakeholders looking at how do we strengthen this. Like, so we know that with the CAPS curriculum, I think one of the critiques is like its vagueness. So like it's not like truly like applicable, like, pick up and go kind of a thing. But what does it look like for a teacher on the daily plan? And so the ATP workshop was like, I think it was like a 3-4 week residence workshop, if I'm not mistaken, where there were for each of the grades from grade R to 3, looking at how do we better support this. And so we did present these findings to them during that workshop back in July. And so incorporating some of the things that are easily applicable and implementable. The second thing is another project that the curriculum directorate is working on is putting together a reading guide. And so what is the reading guide? And they're versioning this reading guide. So it's not like one standard, English document that's going to be then translated. But rather like sort of like having these nuanced linguistic implications for each of the languages that the teachers would be working on. And similarly, so we, as part of trial, we did, and we've even got a bigger supply of or bigger sample with funds, but we are looking at sort of like the written assessment item analysis. So for the different languages, kind of complexities that can then be something that we can see, or like in general, these are like the patterns that we're seeing by language, by grade, by learner profile, and how do we then incorporate that into the writing guide that is also going to be part of the package, the curriculum package that teachers will receive. And then there's currently work of trying to make sure that no Pumi's hashtag is no language left behind, but that none of the languages. I mean, previously we've had like some of the more marginalized languages not have lesson plans that are like for their specific languages. So like Isindebele, Swati, Tsonga, etc. And so working with the NECT, there's a project that is underway to incorporate that. Though actually sorry, develop lesson plans that will then cater for that. And so looking for an opportunity of how do we get into that conversation, how do we help support it with what we know now. And then the second aspect is with the ITE and the CPTD sector. So I think we've mentioned it yesterday, and then I think in passing today as well, that there is an online platform that was put together by the National Institute for Curriculum and Professional Development here at the DBE. It's an online platform that teachers can literally go online using two of their credentials, ID number, and I think they SES number or SES number, and there's a third one I forget. Oh, personal number, to log on. And like there's like a slew, just lots of content and courses that they can take. But what we want to do is sort of like do a actually I've gotten ahead of myself. Do a revision, or rather a review and consultation on what's on the platform, what sort of courses are there for the different components of teaching, what courses are there for the different languages, where are the gaps. So looking at that work and sort of like having it a little bit more curated, because right now it's just like everything that ever was that could be is on there, but trying to make it a little bit more user friendly for teachers. And then we'd also putting in the there's a coaching course that came up from the EGRS study that was put together. And so looking at the current content, the content that was there based on what we knew then, looking at what are the potential sort of strengthening that could be done there. And the data management workshop for, I think, at the provincial level and the district level, in some ways, of like, we've got this kind of data, this aggregate data. How do I interpret it as I think it was Carmen's a Christmas list request of like, how do I interpret this data? And so that's underway to be something that we are planning for January or February next year, to have people who are program implementers to sort of be able to understand how to work within the data that we have. And then lastly, I think is a point to Dr. Chalke's comment about collaboration, but not just like, oh, we spoke to you and then we told you, or here's the link to the report, kind of like leaving it at that level of dissemination and engagement, but actually doing a proper deep dive, like looking at the landscape. I think in many aspects, and especially for teacher training, there are three positive boxes. So you've got DHET, DBE, and then you've got the actual institutions themselves, which you would think relate to DBE. I mean, sorry, relate to DHET very directly. But I mean, I think we will all know that like it's nice on paper, but not really doesn't translate. And so getting all of those people within the room, sharing what is there and available, and sort of trying to sort of streamline and align what the different people in who are responsible for making sure that learners are getting the correct instruction of reading in their language that they best know. How do we best support that? And I think keep it there. And then the last, second to last, is with mother tongue based bilingual education. So it is so strengthening like sort of the language policy is like MTBBE is a product of that, like trying to make sure that we're giving all learners a chance to be educated and competent in the different subject areas in the language that they're most comfortable in, and actually increasing their their chances at setting up them for success, essentially. And so with the incremental implementation of MTBBE beginning at grade 4 with the maths and science and technology subjects, it's looking at, we know that even learners at the grade 4 level, there are teachers who are finding that learners are not actually ready. Like, so we assume that because you've done grade R to 3, that when you get to grade 4, you're already able and ready for that switch to moving from learning how to read to reading in order to learn. But we know that that is not necessarily the case. And so what does it look like to sort of capacitate teachers in the intermediate space to be able to remediate with those learners there? And so we had a presentation of these findings with the transformation unit in July as well. Then they are the ones responsible for the rollout of MTBPE. And yeah, so, and proper like furthering those conversations and engagements, I know that they are trying to have their own pilot there, and so helping support them through some of the resources that we've made. And I think Paige made the point of like sort of checking for test validity, and so that's an opportunity, like, so throughout like this pilot, which might be a little bit bigger, increased size, how do we strengthen the actual assessments that we've developed? How do we make them a little bit more appropriate, and what else can we do? And then thirdly is the classroom observation study. So all of this was done outside. We didn't do any of the sort of like in-depth contextual questions and analysis. And so going into the classroom and seeing how teachers are actually teaching these components in the classroom. Are they teaching things that we assume they're not teaching? We would want to look at in sort of aiding and like building onto this work that we've done, which leads then to the future work, right? So further research and setting the agenda established, let me say that, the 5 established pillars, linguistic pillars. And so for the ones that we've done, so the morphological awareness and the semantic awareness skills, how do we leverage what we know about these skills and how they operate across the different languages, and with we learn that is applicable across the other languages and classes. And then fourthly is, I've spoken about investigating the other components. So we've done morphological awareness and semantic awareness, but I think obviously even there, like, we've only chosen 2 ways to assess morphological awareness. We've chosen one way to assess semantic awareness. So that, building on that, but also looking at pragmatic syntax as well, in terms of like how do these other components play into the reading development in African language learners. And then lastly is the development of linguistically and grade appropriate resources and getting them to classrooms. But I think, we've made strides, and I think it is something that we should be proud of and build on. So it doesn't stop here. The bus that rolled over me today is still moving, and it can continue to move. And with that, thank you.
Great, thank you, Dasang. And that brings us to the end. Before I close, I just want to check: is there any final comment? No one has anything. No. All right. Everyone has said their say. We have thumbs up in honor of Anil. An assessment for learning. Well, let me just say thank you then to everyone for participating. Also, those who participated online. I know some people have been following online, and in particular, I see Professor Albie Henning has made some comments there, which we've taken note of. So thank you to you, Albie. Good to see you online. And let me just thank everyone again. I'll be quick now. I gave a lot of thanks yesterday, but today in particular, Brian and Mbali, particular for your presentations, really appreciate it. It was very insightful, very interesting. I learned a lot, and I'm sure many people did. And Dr. Chalke also for your contributions there. And yeah, thank you to the whole team who put this together. Thank you again to everyone who's supported to yesterday and today's event, both our internal team as well as the support staff working on sound and videos and all the technology. Thanks to everyone who's traveled, and thanks to everyone for just staying engaged throughout and having a really good discussion. And I'm sure it's only the start. There's going to be lots of provincial road shows, lots more dissemination in different forums. So we'll be seeing probably all of you in some of those forums at some point in the next few months. So again, thanks a lot and enjoy lunch. Bye bye.